Look, don't call me out. Don't call me out, alright? Alright. Oh, jeez. My mic. There we go. Did I fix it? Okay. Well, I tried. Okay. Hi, everybody. What's up? I'm not excited for today's stream. No, not at all. No siree, not me. Wouldn't, nope. Hi everybody. So, for those of you that didn't see, Lena drew another amazing fan art. Look at this shit. Look at this. Look at it. Look at it. That's me. That's me. I'm wearing that. Look at that. Ah! Internally screams, externally screams. Look at this shit. It's so good! It's so good! I'm crying. This is so good. Oh my god. Lena, I love you so much. Thank you. Now I have to make the vest and I have to make the jacket. So much cosplay to make. It's okay, it's worth it. Worth it. I am so excited to play this. I haven't stopped thinking about this game since Wednesday. It's really bad. My brainworms are hella bad. Oh god, I can't even remember the last time I've had like brainworms these bad for a game. This bad for a game, probably like P5 actually. I'm like, my brainworms are so bad. It's ugh. I love this game. I love this game so much! And here we are. Great Ace Attorney 2. Resolve. Are you guys ready? Chat, are you ready for another adventure? I sure as hell am. So you guys better be. You don't have a choice. Y'all better be ready. This shit is so good. Brain demands Herlock. Yes! In this house, I demand more Herlock Sholmes. And we're gonna fucking get it. Right now. Okay, let's go. No more waiting. Okay, new game. Typical fangirl squeal. Whoop. Oh, did the professor pass away?
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital. You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer. I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court.
Aww.
Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned.
Oh wait, this isn't. I was assuming that her dad died.
What has happened?
Wait, this is Cosimo's grave, isn't it?
Just 2 months after arriving home.
Oh, I find myself faced with another awful crime. Oh god. Oh. Giselle Brett, she's back.
So I came here today to ask something of you.
Just kidding, she's not.
Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court.
Oh no, okay, wow, that is how they start this.
The only time in my life as a lawyer.
She's dead.
So please, I ask for your guidance. Kazuma-sama.
Oh shit, that's a plot twist. Oh shit, that's a plot twist. Episode 1, The Adventure of the Blossoming Attorney. Wait, that means that we don't get to see Sholmes. Fuck. This game sucks. Supreme Court of Judicature Defendants Antechamber 3. Oh, now this whole stream is ruined. Here I am again after 9 months, the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I feel so nervous, so I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself. Ah, good, you're here. It doesn't do good for a lawyer to be late. Oh, yes, good morning, sir. It's so weird, we are Susato now. Mako, thank you so much for the 4-month resub, I appreciate it, thank you. I feel like pulling a Sholmes move right now. What bray can I kick? I must kick something down! Ah! What do you mean the door's open? I hardly recognize you. You cut a fine figure, Counsel. You look as white as a sheet, and those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I'd never been born. Whoa. Goodness, that's not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. Eugene Mikitoba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. A man who, earlier in his life, traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And, of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me. Oh, new character alert. She's cute. Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today? Oh, yes! That's right, miss. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication, the whole thing! Ray Membami, born the same year as I, and my greatest friend. Oh. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the University Research Laboratory helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial, accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you feeling all right? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. Oh my, it's just that you look so gallant and dashing. Sorry? And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me rather bashful. Goodness, don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am. But aren't you supposed to be best friends? It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work. I think she's my girlfriend, yeah. I don't know, this is, I guess we're girlfriends now. She was supposed to be my best friend and she doesn't even recognize me as her best friend, so clearly we just jumped the gun to dating. We're girlfriends, that's cute. All right, good to know. What do you mean, Professor Mikitoba? If even your best friend can't see through the disguise, I think we can relax. Disguise? Oh, wait, am I dressed up? I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. Oh, I didn't know. Why didn't they say that in the first place? But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father? Oh. Is that you, Susato? I'm so sorry I didn't say something sooner, Ray. No, what are you doing? What's going on? What? That varsity uniform, that varsity cap, that varsity cape, that varsity badge. Look at you. You look for all the world just like a student of the Imperial Yume University, a male student. Oh, she was hitting, oh, okay, not girlfriends. Okay, never mind. Fuck. I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see, it was the only way. The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial. My defense? Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. Gotta love the olden days. Women are forbidden. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer. Oh, Susato, you'd go to such lengths for me? Of course, you're my greatest friend. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer that you deserve. Oh no! I have complete faith in you! It's so strange, though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already, and yet just because you're a woman... What a wretched reason! I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? I mean, you're so gallant and dashing. Aw. Please don't look at me like that with those flushed cheeks and doting eyes. I'm sorry, it's just you really do look so dashing. You mentioned that once or twice. You should be pleased, it means you look convincing as a man. I am pleased, I think. It certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. I gotta see how Susato looks. You're managing to put on a brave face on all of this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped and how you're trembling ever so slightly. Girlfriends after all. You do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder? Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean! I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence, which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll be always on your side. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. That means so much to me, Susato. Alright, court is about to begin. Here we go. You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty. Stand aside! I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast. Well, Susato, you've certainly surprised your father, going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom and with no prior experience of being a lawyer. There was simply no other way, and that's all there is to it. But father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this. Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. I don't want to burden her with that. And is it true the reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was? We should be making a move now, too. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student. Thank you, Father. So Giselle Brett is dead, nothing of value was lost. Except maybe the hat. The hat was very magical and I wish we could have deciphered how it functioned, but that's okay. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. How many times have I wished that he were here, I wonder? Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. We could just take your hat, true. Just take it. You feel more for the swan, to be honest? Mood. Mood. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san. Alright, here we go. 13th of August, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 1. Oh, great, he's back. Oh my god, look at Susato, holy shit. This court is now in session to hear the trial of Rei Membami. Oh my god. Oh, gee. Oh, the hair. It's beautiful. Look at that little twirl. It's so cute.
The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency.
Nice. Susato be looking good. Yes, Your Excellency, we are ready.
Ready?
Yes, Counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryutaro Naruto. She's claiming to be like my brother once. Ryutaro. Sorry? Oh yes, I had to come up with a suitable male name for you for this little venture. So I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to my mind. Well, Counsel? Yes, that's right. That's me. I mean, yes, I am Ryotaro, who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruto clan. Seems Ryutaro, sorry, I don't know why I'm struggling. Ryutaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wild, wide eyes aren't doing you any favors. She's taken one too many books, like lessons from, you know, old pro tag. Maybe she's been around him for too long. It's fine. Naruhodo?
A first face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be?
You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of a study program. This is,
his cousin!
That's right. Ryutaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any of Tokyo's preeminent lawyers.
Any of them? Tut tut tut. What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call in a country boy.
How dare you! Susato is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys, oh boy.
I won't have you making fun of her.
Please be careful, Ray.
What an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not.
I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand why Naruto-san goes what Naruto-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes are wont to flit. Okay. The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may very well affect the very future of our empire.
Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock. Dear me.
Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense, to determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now, this same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions? All right, it's time to prove myself. Oh, yes! Mood. Yes, Your Excellency. Please do make them simple. Very well. To start with, you will state the name of the victim. Oh, that's a tough one. Oh, that's simple. I couldn't forget that if I tried. Ah. What's the matter? Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are wont to blank. Yeah. Not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position, and in that guise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances. Oh dear, this is a dismal failure. Don't fret, you need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem. Oh, of course! Trey Dog, thank you for the 4 months. Resub, I appreciate it. I hope you keep enjoying the emotes. The court record. The answer will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record. That's right, just use R. Oh, wow. Okay. All right, check the court record. That's where the information I need will be. Wow, post-mortem report. Yeah, let's read that. Victim Giselle Brett. 11th of August, this was 2 days ago. Cause of death, single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung and resulting in a fatal hemorrhage. Yeah, I don't know how to say that, I'm just assuming. Death would have occurred within minutes. Extreme meiosis, pupil constriction was observed in the victim in both eyes. Oh, that's an interesting note, okay. No, they definitely put that there for a reason. Okay. Okay. What is the name of the victim in this case? It's Herlock Sholmes.
Yes!
Yes! The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett. A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Being a member of our empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why then is her name indelibly associated with our own empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. But if it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record. Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Giselle Brett, behind the woman's student persona, was the face of Queen Victoria. What?
Yes!
9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University was killed. And the culprit was Giselle Brett. She was a killer. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain. And it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotoba. I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor whenever I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here in the Supreme Court. A student of the Imperial Yume University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student by the name of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I miss Ryunosuke already. Look at these faces. Look at Kazuma! Ah, we've come so far. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense and exposed the despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion.
Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China, instead.
Why Shanghai? There's a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship.
And yet, the very day before her departure, the Englishwoman was killed.
Only the day before? Juicy already, I like it. That will do. I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant. We didn't even barely say anything, but okay. Thank you, Your Excellency. Over the first hurdle, we got this. Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Archie.
As is your wish, Your Excellency.
The repugnant crime took place on the 11th of August in broad daylight. On the outskirts of the imperial capital under a bright blue sky at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. Crab! The incident occurred inside a small beach hut, erected from bathers to rest or change their clothes. Oh, the swan is dead. Maybe we don't want the hat. It looks like the swan is dead. Cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung. An injury which proved fatal. Why is she clutching a pen so hard?
There were two persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett, in her bathing attire, and the accused, Ray Membani. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when we considered she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the lady.
That extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say. That's certainly true. The prosecution summary was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about being alone together. A powerful motive. Well, what's the motive? Let's talk about that. Why would this chick want to kill her?
You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement. Tut tut tut. Is the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand? I beg your pardon? No matter. Let us put this to the accused, shall we? Membani-san, you are a research assistant at the Imperial University, I believe. Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikitoba in his laboratory at the moment. I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility. Fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikitoba, whose research were you assisting then? Oh, Wilson. I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson. Dr. Wilson! The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago. Yeah, because that's a powerful motive, okay. The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true? Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man. Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the Englishwoman who killed him. Obviously, I was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred. Oh no, Ray. Be careful of what you're saying. The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency. It was clearly a trap all along. How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for her former mentor against her like that. I must find out more details and something we can use to bolster our defense. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick the prosecution counsel on what he said about... Well, I kind of want to know more about everything. Hopefully it doesn't matter too much. But yeah, they were alone together? They're like... I'll go there next. Membani-san? Oh, what is it, I mean, Naruto-san? I'm really starting to wish we'd made my alias Ryotaro Sasato. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place, and why you were alone with her. Well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present. A detective who was guarding Miss Brett, for starters. Oh. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all. But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. The truth is, there's only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life. No. Because as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again. Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel. The prosecution counsel seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that. But for now, at least, we need to assemble facts. Try not to let him goad you. Oh dear, this is really terrifying. My father is right. We need more information. Alrighty, the bathing spot. If I may, Prosecutor Achi. What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student? I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot. My apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skin. No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea? For old time's sake, I believe. Sorry? Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. The British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply. On what grounds would we agree to such a request? Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal. Don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong. But in fact, a murder took place. I said don't look at me. It was that young student girl who did it, not I. No one has proved that yet. I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to. I believe we have all clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions. Seeing the murder of the mentor for whom she had such great respect enjoying such undeserved liberty. Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai. You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment. Poor Ray. So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind as to peruse this exhibit. A photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident. She has more than one mask, because of course she does. You need a different mask for different times of the day and like different occasions, right? Okay, so wait, let me reread this again. Extreme meiosis, pupil constriction. So did she drink something that caused that? But she was also stabbed. So did she die in two ways here? She drank something bad that caused something to do with her pupils, and then she also got stabbed. Don't know how the drink in the glass is relevant yet, but we'll find out, I'm sure. As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have been. The court will accept this photographic print as evidence. As I understand it then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant. Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence. Oh. Witnesses, but who? One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. Oh, is it gonna be Hosonaga? I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt. Although Hosanaga's an inspector, not a detective, though. Whatever. Very well then, counsel. Bring forth your witnesses. I, Takatsuchi Achi, have been waiting for this moment. Sorry? Oh yes, I haven't forgotten. That trial 9 months ago here in this very courthouse. When that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me. This insult to the Achi family name will never be forgotten. You become conceited with age, Council. They'll have to stand aside and make way for the dude. Oh, Cosmo, I miss him. He was such a good boyfriend, and he didn't even get to last that long. He was so great and so majestic. Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot had been cut, and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that faithful day, my former self died. The start of your own mini Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, Council? Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe the Achi growth! You see the seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my crown? I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something. I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is this hope exactly? I said silence! Today I face another yokel student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you. And my victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand. Looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. The prosecution and defense each has much to lose. A haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life. Did he just... Oh my... Oh, what is happening? What? Oh, God. Wait a second!
Oh, what is this game doing? Oh, Jesus Christ. Hosonaga, what are you wearing? Jesus.
And Natsume, like, what's happening?
What is happening in this game? Everything connects. Why?
Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court.
Oh my god. Chief Inspector Satoru Hasanaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected. He has a turtle on his head. Okay. And I have, well, the next big thing in the books. An author renowned throughout the capital. In fact, yes. Soon to be sold out, the satirical I Am a Cat, a sensational success by Sosuke Natsume. Oh my goodness. Struggling student for the provinces, please. You needn't be in awe of me.
I needed?
It's only natural that you'd feel nervous in my presence, but all of you, please relax. Call me Sosuke even.
Yes. What on earth is Sosuke-san doing here?
Tread carefully, Susato. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it's begun.
Yes, of course, I know.
I presume Sosuke-san wouldn't have forgotten about me. I could certainly never have forgotten him.
Can I turn it back on?
Hold on, I missed that. As for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe. I would presume Sosuke-san would have forgotten about me. I certainly never forgot about him. Okay. Do I have something on my face? Yes, you do. Well, your glasses, for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either. Ah, I suppose it's this disguise, is it? I thought that appearing here in these clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Sosuke-san? Oh, well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture. On the morning of the incident in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less. At Yume University? After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the medical science department. The professor over here. Oh, over there, in fact. With Professor Mikitoba? That's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about 2 former students who studied in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy snapshots, scribble stories, and scupper of my privacy! As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies. Thank you very much. He practically threw that paper at me. Okay. Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory under strict surveillance, of course. At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as a detective accompanies her. That detective I am at liberty to divulge was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hasanaga. I become more and more sus of this man with every time we meet him. Thereby, the entire party departed cordially. For the seaside, it seems. It was extremely challenging to clear all other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. And there he goes. But fortunately, I am at peak physical fitness at the moment. Timing. I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly. Inspector, you do have something on your face now. How unsightly, I do apologize. Does that mean that you went to the beach too, Father? No, fortunately I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it had meant that as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. But if only I had, I'd never have seen that awful sight. Relentlessly wrecked by remorse and regret. Very well, I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast. Of course, Your Excellency. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret I am. I don't know what's happening in this game anymore. Hold on, before they start that. Oh my god. Oh, the kitty! Wait, is that the kitty or a kitty? I think it's just a kitty. It can't be. It can't be Wagahoy. Kitty! There's nothing to really look at. It's just Professor Mikitoba. Okay. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a counterwall from behind me. I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Yes, yes, yes! That young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly! I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. Indeed, it does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw it. The very moment of this heinous crime. Wait, but how could they see it if it was a changing room with the thing closed? The girls were changing. They couldn't have... whatever.
Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes, that was it. A damning evidence.
What have you there, counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it? Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer.
What? Your Excellency, you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the scene of the crime scene once more.
Goodness me! The victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand. That's right, the fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency. The owner's initials have been engraved in the ebonite barrel. R.M. Ray Membami. Yeah, Ray Membami. Okay. The initials of the defendant. Oh no, Susanoo! Ha ha ha! This fountain pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence.
Have I omitted anything? Decisive testimony and damning evidence. Ah, there's a brilliant blue sky ahead, the courtroom house today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel.
I don't understand. The prosecutor Achi of 9 months ago had none of this man's poise. Oh, it's that seed of hope that he got now. Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Naruto-san. Naruto. That means... Oh, yes, me! Is there another Naruto in my courtroom? Actually, there isn't even a single Naruto in your courtroom. Cousin Naruto, no, Ryotaro. Pull yourself together, please. All right, I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistency in the witness's testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do. All right, here we go. Just kidding, we're looking at this. Wait, we can't examine the fountain pen. Why? This is evidence for later, isn't it? Whatever. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. In that jaunty disguise? Correct. Oh, wait, no, I mean, it wasn't the first time I've worn this swimsuit for a dip in the ocean. It's tried and tested. Do what must be done to keep the Englishwoman under surveillance. Those were my orders that day. And this tried and tested outfit was the answer? Being able to blend flawlessly into a crowd is an important part of a detective's job. I submerged myself in the salty water, leaving only the turtle floating inconspicuously on the surface. Oh my. Mr. Turtle loves the water. There was no need for you to blend into the background on this assignment, really, was there? Is that made you late? If that made you late arriving on the scene, I think perhaps you had your priorities wrong. Perhaps I shouldn't pursue this line of questioning any further at the moment. Oh my god. I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a counterwolf from behind me.
Hold it!
Ah, you're describing the victim's scream, presumably, Sosuke-san.
In more literary terms, you might say it was a scream that could have pierced the heavens. He's watched Gurren Lagann. Yeah, the like. Of course, that's just a metaphor. We renowned authors are wont to describing things so.
Sosuke-san wasn't at all like this in England.
Anyway, I spun around at the noise, and the beach hut immediately fell under my gaze.
Yes, the beach hut.
And the area is popular with government ministers. Many have seaside retreats there for rest and recuperation. Locals are prohibited from entering the area, so it's always very quiet. The beach hut is a simple structure, erected as a place for people to change or take refuge from the sun. Although the Englishwoman commandeered the hut for herself, which meant that I was forced to change into my swimwear on the sand.
Ah, I imagine that was rather embarrassing for you.
Well, anyway, I tossed the crab aside and headed for the beach hut at a run. Or in more literary terms, I decrabbed and beetled off hut-wise. What? I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Yeah, about that.
By pair, you don't mean to say, but how could that be?
No, you misunderstand. Obviously, I mean the victim and the defendant, Ray Mamami-san.
It would have been helpful if you could have just said that from the outset.
If you jump to conclusions, you have to expect to fall flat on your face sometimes.
Dear me, pinning your hopes on such an outside chance. Foolish, very foolish.
It really was an outside chance. I just wish I'd realized that before I said something silly. Aww.
So, Inspector, why don't you tell the court how exactly you found the aforementioned pair in the hut?
It was a sorry sight, a really grisly scene. I parted the Norin curtain hanging in the doorway and stepped inside only to see the defendant leaning menacingly over the lifeless body of the victim sprawled on the sand. Oh no. Oh, the turtle's a bobblehead. That's good. The turtle is a bobblehead. My glasses very nearly cracked at the ominous sight that met my eyes. How thoroughly appalling. He doesn't appear to be lying here. Well, Sosuke-san, can you confirm what Inspector Hosonaga-san is saying? You like a literary man's opinion? That young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly.
Hold it!
Stabbed wildly? You actually saw her do it? Oh, indeed! The terrible specter, the terrapin inspector, the bloody torrent, the author's torment! Every sight and every sound is still carved into my melancholy memory. That was my impression, at least, as a future literary sensation.
Counsel, why on earth was that shrill, effeminate scream?
Oh, no. What are you insinuating? I'm as manly a Japanese man as you. I wonder if I might interject here, Sosuke-san. Something you said is troubling me. That was my impression, were your words just now, I believe.
So do you mean to say you're not confident that you really did see what you've described? Throwing my Joy-Cons around. No, I mean, yes. I mean, I know what I saw. My ears didn't deceive me when I heard that scream, hence my eyes didn't deceive me either. Oh. I describe everything I saw vividly. I could publish it in tomorrow's newspaper, Serial. It sounds as though the next installment of I Am a Cat may take a macabre turn. I think this is a fool's errand. The more we press your author friend on what he saw, the more entrenched he's going to become. Oh dear, how awkward. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. But she was only stabbed once. No? Single deep stab wound. Single. Emphasis on the single. But I'll press it. She was stabbed multiple times? How can you be so sure of that? Very simply, from the blood on the blade. The blood? When I entered the hut, I saw the defendant holding the blade raised up in the air. Yes, yes, that's right, I saw it too! And I noted that there was blood on the blade already at that point. In other words, the victim had already been stabbed at least once by the time I arrived on the scene. Yes, yes, that's right, I saw it too! And the victim was already holding the defendant's fountain pen in her hand too. All of which means I can be sure. The victim did not die instantly. Yes, yes, right! Saw it too! Maybe a year in London was too much for him. He sounds like he's forgotten how to speak Japanese. The logic of your argument is sound, at least. As I said, it is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Perhaps it should have been your guiding principle to protect the victim flawlessly. That's just my personal opinion, of course. Hosonaga has failed to protect anyone, but okay. Oh. You will refrain from mocking the witness. And he just ducks down. I just have so many thoughts whirling around in my head. It's all I can do is stand here wide-eyed and mute. Goodness, my dear, you really must try to calm down. How am I supposed to find any inconsistency in what these two gentlemen are saying? I don't see why either of them would have any reason to lie. What you must remember, I think, is that witnesses may inadvertently lie at times, for various reasons. A misunderstanding, a mistaken observation, a delusion, even. A delusion. What's important is that we determine the truth, and there's only one sure way to do that. Alright, I know what I'm doing, I know what I'm doing. Yes, yes, yes. All right then, I'll consider the details of the evidence in the court record against each statement to find an inconsistency. Everyone has to start at the beginning, remember, so those wide eyes are quite forgivable. And besides, there's no one else to defend the poor girl. Oh, come on! Joy-Con doesn't want to defend the poor girl either. Alrighty, so we're gonna go to the last one because Hosonaga said that she'd been stabbed multiple times, but like, no. Try again, buddy. Can I still can't examine the fountain pen. That sucks.
Objection!
With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. every time Kazuma-sama and Naruto-san have stood here at this bench. The stakes have been very, very high indeed. What's the meaning of that menacing pose, Counsel? I'd like the witness to clarify something for me. Who, what, where, when, why, how? Not you, Sosuke-san. This query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga. And me! In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yes, that's right, as I said when I entered the hut. The defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand like a murderous demon. And yet, that cannot be. Get to the point, please. In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only. In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony is clearly flawed. Sosuke-san, you claim to have seen Membani-san in the throes of the stabbing the victim. Yes, I did wildly. But both you and the inspector confirmed the same point, that there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding. Yes, and it's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there's no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred. Then what exactly is your connection, Counsel? Are you ever going to tell us? There's only one logical conclusion. What Sosuke-san in fact saw was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body. That can't be! Excellent work, Susato. You explained at them with that objection and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically.
Objection!
Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in the trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the show. You're right, there were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who only has half a head of hair. My head is quite adequately dressed. Slender. In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing in multiple wounds, it makes not a jot of difference. What? Why not? Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was a fatal blow. And it was that moment, just as she had withdrawn the blade, ready for her next strike, that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim. All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance. Come on, Susato, keep it together. I'm in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion. But if she was withdrawing the blade, then we are back where we started. Sorry? Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim? And with a demon's cold-blooded composure, too. The prosecution demands an explanation, and it had better be good. Why did Ray pull out the knife? Yes, going for the jugular. What does father mean by that? Let the court hear your answer then, counsel. The truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so that she could... I lost my other Joy-Con. Save her life or hide the gun? Oh, it was so that she could stab her again. According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant. That's correct. It's thought she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury. Indeed, giving her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence clearly indicates her killer. The point is, being a medical research assistant, Membami-san was compelled to act when faced with the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem that this is the best we can expect of this young yokel. Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here? Your Excellency, if I may? Speak, witness. I would like another opportunity to testify in respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the Yokel Defense Council, I mean. An excellent idea, Inspector. One young yokel, hopeful and has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense. Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the Defense Counsel's assertion. Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly. Here we go. Number 2. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Is what you just said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily? Yes, think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed. Yeah. So this is why yokels should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it. I've never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled a blade out of a wound, so... Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit. Father, is it true what they're telling me? Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways. But then why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett? I don't know. What if she knew that the knife was laced with something? What if there was like a smell in the air? And she was like, oh, the knife is laced with stuff. So the longer the knife stays in, it's worse for whatever the knife was laced with. It's worse for the knife to stay in than it is to come out. So makes more sense in that medical terminology to pull out the laced knife, where the bleeding out could be stopped with pressure, as opposed to having more whatever laced shit was on the knife be more into the body. I don't know, I'm just making shit up. It seems almost impossible to believe, but could my friend actually have... Susato! Pull yourself together. Wait, you're not supposed to call me by my first name. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination. Yes, Your Excellency. However, I must warn you that if the cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, it will be moving to my adjudication immediately afterward. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard. Woo! Here we go. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. I'm gonna press that.
Hold it!
But the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently. I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally. Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it? Oh dear, you have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views. Oh dear. Perhaps I'm letting my male persona take hold a little too much. Check indeed. Have I managed to convey the basics now? That should cover the medical side of the argument. Not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim.
Hold it!
Whatever the motive, it just isn't in Mibami-san's nature to do something so awful. But she had both a motive and opportunity that's very hard to argue against. But you don't know the defendant.
Objection!
And you, counsel, do not appear to know the law. Evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings. With this fledgling to defend her, I would almost say I pity the accused. Brock! Objection! Thank you so much for the 50-month resub. I really appreciate it. Oh my god. Like an OG sub there. Thank you so much. Inspector, you will reiterate your point after the about the defendant's motives, please. Miss Brett was in many ways a sworn enemy of Mibami-san. Okay. Okay. I wasn't going to press everything, but I will.
Hold it!
You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean that if you use due care and attention, it would be alright? I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out, really, but, the blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it, and a serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it. Well, thank you for such a thorough explanation. You see, counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath.
Hold it!
In that case, there's an obvious explanation here. Clearly, the defendant, Rei Mibami-san, does not possess an ounce of sense. What do you think about that, Professor Mikatoba? I'm not sure that you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense. I mean, I can relate to this though, because like, you know,
I would poke jabs at my best friend, just maybe not in a court of law. But okay. Like, I love Mr. Herlock Sholmes and all, but sometimes he do be lacking in the common sense department because you overthink things, you know? That part do be true. I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer.
I don't know, young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it.
Careful, counsel. A lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing. Oh, God. The Judge Hammer. That's very menacing. Okay.
Oh dear, that recoiled on me rather badly.
That's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn. Hopefully you can see now that this is really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Membami-san would have certainly been aware of it.
Hold it!
Yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Membami-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him. The Englishwoman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. He met with the opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Membami-san's abilities. Clearly, the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point. This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. If Ray knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it. Susato, it's at times like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals. Evidence of what counts in this courtroom, isn't it? But I've been through the court record dozens of times already. Perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You needn't take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in greater detail. I realize this is your first time playing the role of lawyer in the courtroom, so if you need reminding of the rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help. So now are they gonna let me examine the fountain pen? Okay. They wouldn't let me do it before! So now I have permission from the game to check out the pen. Okay. Some sort of emblem here. Look, I love this portrait. It isn't a Yume University one. It must belong to some other organization, I suppose, a business of some kind. But that would seem to imply that the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray. Our M initials are very clearly engraved here. And the fact that Miss Brett was clinging to this pen in her dying moments is a very clear message, too. To identify her killer, you mean? I don't think there can be any doubt that this is a key piece of evidence in this case. If we take off the pen's lid... It's a pen. Yeah. Now let's unscrew the barrel. Oh. This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink. You fill it by drawing ink from the bottle up through the nib. Is something wrong, Father? Just that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there, as that's all. Yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. That do be empty. Okay. So now the question is, where do we present this fountain pen? Oh, they're letting me examine this now too. Oh, okay. Well, what's on the back? This is the newspaper from Sosuke-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive, deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. From Yume's Medical Research. Father, isn't that your lab? What the? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen. It's this morning's paper that Sosuke-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know? And embarrassing as that is for the head of the laboratory, I've not heard of any such thing. Where on earth could the reporter have gleaned this information? Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning the story in our paper this morning, was there? It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I'd put Ray in charge of the project. Ray? She was managing it? If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. Moreover, the details were leaked somehow. We need to read this article very carefully. It says we need to read the article carefully, but then, it doesn't let me. Okay. Raucous England returnees tell all. This is the interview with you and Sosuke-san, is it, Father? It looks as though it was quite an exchange. He became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England, of course. The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped on me on the neck. I do hope that you weren't hurt. Karate chopped on the neck. Yep. Oh, it's a separate... Oh, I see. The article is a whole separate thing now. Exclusive! Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. Following a lecture at Yume by Sosuke Natsume on the 11th, it's come to light that a very disturbing incident took place. Deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Even the smallest amount entering the body entered either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade would prove fatal in minutes. And current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Onset of symptoms occur in minutes, starting with impaired breathing, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. Apparently an entirely new synthetic synthesis of alkaloids, and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. Well, that made stuff a lot simpler, didn't it? Okay. Oh, okay, hi. We're fine. Look at all these footprints in the sand. Okay, so now where do we present this evidence? Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking can cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research system with a sense of ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive. The man the victim murdered. Okay, so obviously I think it has to be this third one.
So what do we present here? In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. I'm gonna try this. I don't know.
Objection!
No, there is one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. The yokel not only has a poor grasp of the law, but is also a poor loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified? It's here, in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from a laboratory at the Yume University. The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case. Prosecutor Archie, you will let the defense speak. But a newspaper article, the court cannot rely on the kind of hearsay that these wretched publications carry. Counsel for the defense. I am going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion. Yes, of course. Thank you. Ray would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. Just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article where it says... Oh, okay, they're going in a different direction with this than I anticipated. Why can't we just, like, say the part about, like, where the article says the poison constricts the eyes, and then also present the post-mortem report? I thought that's where they were gonna go with this, because that's really easy to put two and two together. But they're going in a different direction, so, what? You know what, let's actually go that direction. So why is the poison being developed? I'll go there. Because that's where it mentions the eye thing. According to the article, the development of the poison was requested by the military. A troubling revelation indeed. Oh, it's very worrying. And yet, even more worrying. How this yokel is trying to manipulate the court. Nothing more than rumors. I feel sure Ray had a good reason for her actions, and I feel sure the explanation is somewhere in this newspaper article. I know what the article says. Okay, so okay. The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes. Are you suggesting if the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Membami-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible? Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body.
Objection!
This is complete and utter nonsense. Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility. Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the document. Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking...
Objection!
Oh, please. This is clearly desperation, the weasel's last breaking of wind. Poison is nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway. In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense. Exactly. Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it, Yoko? Why did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved? If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds. You can't possibly. From your expression, Counsel, it would appear that those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence. I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times from my place at his side in the Old Bailey. In that case, Counsel, you'll present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article? Oh, wait, I pressed the wrong button.
Take that!
Oh no, the music didn't stop. I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim. Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please, do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death. Under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes. What are you doing, you yokel detective? In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occur in minutes, ending with acute constriction of the pupils prior to death. What? If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely, yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt. Prosecutor Achi, I think you'll agree. This is very compelling evidence. You! Yokel student and yokel professor! I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions. Eugene Mikotoba. I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please. Pains me to have to admit it, but I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know? The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say. Listen to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads of it in the newspaper. I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision. Father. A pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students rather than allowing them off on killing sprees. That's totally unfounded. Oh. Okay. None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault. Ray. You stand accused here. Outbursts like this would not be tolerated. It was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day. So you knew. I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Sosuke-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was.
Why didn't you let me know immediately?
I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. I decided I'd try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was.
The thief?
You don't mean... Yes, of course. It was that dainty English woman.
Miss Giselle Brett.
That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. I know it was you who stole that poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then, she suddenly got to her feet, before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes they'd shrunk to tiny pinpoints.
I don't believe it. In other words, you realized that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison.
My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst it had been with her. Which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. On the blade of the knife in her back.
And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade.
Yes. If the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I had hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time.
Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here in this courtroom now.
Objection!
Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say. Well, Manbami-san, if that is the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed? You have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim, motivated by revenge.
Objection!
But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you? Ah! Oh, I have evidence, and it is very much conclusive.
Oh, does he have the knife?
It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it.
You will produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Ashi.
Perhaps some praise is due, young yokel student. I had imagined that there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you've brought this on yourself.
Oh, she does have eyes.
Yeah. This is just proving that she tried to take the knife out, not in. Also, how was this photograph taken? It had to have been taken by the fucking person who did it. Oh my god. What? This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature. For it shows the precise moment that Manbami-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back. That's not true, no! I don't believe it.
Oh, come on.
Counsel for the defense, was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom? Perhaps his voice has yet to break. Those yokels are slow of mind and slow to mature. Wow. Well, yeah, we didn't hit puberty yet, sorry. I'll show you who's slow to mature. Careful now, Susato is starting to show her face here. It is often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. The court will accept this extremely cogent photograph as photographic print as evidence. I can't believe he had photograph like that up his sleeve the entire time. It's such a stark image, I'm genuinely lost for words. Wait a minute, I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph?
Objection!
The killer. It had to have been. That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention.
Objection!
That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony. Got him. I will uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once. It's Herlock Sholmes, just kidding. He somehow made it to Japan. I'm afraid I can't do that. Pardon? You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. But there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown. Ah, so the killer doesn't want to be named. Are we to understand then, counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court? When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you? Silence, you yokel student and blabbering professor! What matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses. But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly, this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged into the victim's back. The moment it was withdrawn. Don't waste the court's time with your ramblings. Without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. And the scene it captures is without doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court. If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear. Why are we... What? What? Susato, this is the time for you to fight. If what you've established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim. We need to prove that somehow. You'll have plenty of time to rue that defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. And to rue the day you came up against Takatsuchi Achi in the court of law. If I can determine who took the photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it. Well, counsel. Your Excellency, the burning question is who took that photograph? And the truth is, I totally know the answer. This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal. You can't possibly. But as you so boldly claim that you can, please do enlighten us. Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name. How utterly underwhelming. Did you really believe that you could... However, I am able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity. We do?
RM? Oh, we know the initials, don't we? Oh, never mind. I overthought that.
Take that! The piece of evidence in question is this.
Oh, wait, was it not right? I'm afraid, counsel, that when presenting evidence, must learn to temper those who hide nervous eyes. I'm obliged to penalize you for the lack of focus in both your eyes and your answer. Hey, that was a good... That was good, though. It makes sense, the RM. You know, we have the initials of the person. Oh, I guess it could be Sosuke Natsume's article too. It's a little bit weird. Hold on, let me also look at this. The person that, cause like Natsume has photographers everywhere, right? So so if I presented this, for example, maybe this is the same photographer or something. I don't know. He has like a paparazzi now. That's a logical train of thought. Let's try that.
Take that!
The newspaper again. Rochester, England returnees tell all. It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some lines on the right hand of the side. Oh yeah, I noticed that too. Yes, indeed. They had already caught my eye, as it happens.
Huh, what of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably, but from the branches of a tree or the like.
There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I assure you. Now, if you look closely at this photograph, good gracious! Exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph too.
Attention! Well, that tells us nothing. Yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely from the branches of a tree.
There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach, Council. What's quite remarkable about it is the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired? The curious matching pattern that appears on both photographic prints is a result of some tree branches. Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs.
With the photographic device.
We can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched, and that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device.
In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera. But there must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one.
I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Achi, that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article.
A newspaper, ah.
That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime. Wait, where did Hosonaga and Natsume go? Oh, and he's back. Okay, that answered my question real fast. I see why you were called a Raucous England returnee.
What are you yelling about? You've already testified.
It's Memo, I tell you, Memo. Me, Mo. Sosuke-san, what was that? Did you say many Mimo? Ever since I returned to Japan,
A reporter from the Show You News has been hounding me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of Menimemo. Oh, that's a name. Menimemo. Yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk. Now that he mentions it. They secretly spy snapshots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy. But that same reporter, oh. A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. Therefore, there I am, stuck in the middle with Menimemo. Scrubby, thank you so much for the 13-month reset. We really appreciate the support. So you're saying that this picture was taken by Menimemo! Yes, my lord, your excellency, Esquire! Find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. We will adjourn for a court recess in the meantime. As you say, your excellency. And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for this task. Understood? Meh. Menimemo! To be continued. Oh, look at our old saves. Oh, look at the silhouette of Sholmes right there. Crying in the club. I miss Van Zeeks. I miss Sholmes. I miss Iris and Ginny. Let's go back to Britain. This sucks. All the cool people are over there. I should have told you about the toxin, Ray. We have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone. That's not it at all! I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I hoped to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone else found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Sasato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence, that you'd stand by me to the last. I remember. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Sasato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Sasato, I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me on the floor. No, that's no good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets. I'm no better, you know. Even though in my heart I knew that you'd pulled the knife blade from Miss Brett's back. There was just a brief moment when in my mind, I doubted you. Sasato! I'm sorry, after I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always by your side. I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh no, no. I think this situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task. Yes, Father, that fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now, so Ray, can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Oh, Sasato. You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Aw, cute. Cute. I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison! Well now, whatever do you mean? And then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only people in the hut at the time? Right. Just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. So I don't understand how she could have just possibly been stabbed like that.
A great mystery indeed.
I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up. It'll be alright. However it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you saw is true.
Spoken like a true Mikitoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order. I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it. Without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin.
Chemical reagent?
I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case.
Okay.
What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet.
It's this newspaper article. Exclusive! Deadly poison from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. I'm wondering how that information got out, given that it was a government secret. It was all that Englishwoman's doing! It was when the professor and Sosuke-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. That so-called English lady swanned in and without any compunction said to Professor Mikitoba, "Oh, Professor, surely your guests would have loved to hear about your work on that substance there."
It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Sosuke-san's curiosity has been piqued, so I had little choice but to give in a cursory introduction.
So then Sosuke-san knew about the poison.
Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin, too.
This Menememo-san, Menememo. By the way, did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't think I remember the reporter being there.
Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there. A known criminal has been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Sosuke-san pointed out that inviting a reporter would be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office. Yet he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police. That must be what happened. Counsel, we just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed in the courtroom at once. It's time to steel ourselves once again, then. Defense attorney Ryotaro Naruhodo. Ria's put her faith in me now and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day. Here we go. Part 2. Alrighty, 11:30 a.m. courtroom number 1, let's go. Hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Rei Minbami.
First Prosecutor Achi, have you summoned the new witness? Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share. He got his simp face on. What news? And why does he look so happy about it? During the recess with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's laboratory at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Giselle Brett's life. Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter. Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course. I had the Regent delivered to police headquarters by rickshaw, so it would be there in good time. But judging by the man's swagger, I fear we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable. And, Counsel, what were the results? This dagger was so cruelly and used to end the life of the victim. It has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade. Are you sure about that? I would stake the reputation of the police on it. Armed with the Regent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake. The murder weapon has been entered into the court record. In short, the accused's feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed. Pack it up. Gotta go home. We're done. The prosecution is ready to call the new witness. Ah, the newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well, officer. Bring in the witness. No trace of poison on the knife. But if that's really the case, how could the toxin have entered the victim's body? Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Write in many memo of the Shoyu News. I'm what people like to call a journo. What's a journo, Father? Do you know? Simply a contraction of journalist. I'm there when the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch those scoops so they're in print the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing, the nice guy of news. Oh, so it was you who took this photograph, was it? Well, what do we have here? I'm sorry? Oh, brace yourselves, people! Memo senses a scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play, defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. The readers will lap this up. We'll set it above the fold at 72 point in a 5-leg format for the morning edition. Huh? Right then, let's start with your name. It's Ryotaro Naruhodo. Next, what made you want to become a lawyer? I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose. Ryotaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see. He also has that symbol that's on the pen on his left armband. I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while. By the way, my name is Takatsuchi Aochi. That's Takatsuchi Aochi. The so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court, my objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart. See, look at his armband. That same symbol. No, the readers won't buy that. What? Witness. Yes. What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for the taking of this picture.
Sorry, I don't know why I just like choked on my spit for a second. That was really embarrassing. I'm good. Oh god. Oh no, it caused me hiccups. Hold on. Okay, we're good. We're good. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a journal if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that, now would I? Sometimes stories call out to me. Sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way, you've got to be fast.
Ugh. Fucking hell. Woo! Dante, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate the support and I hope you enjoy the emotes.
Fast legs to run with and a fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my metamemoism. What? Metamemoism?
Ah, yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Sosuke-san.
Yes, right? That was me, Metamemo again.
But you were supposed to be going back to the Shoyu news offices after our meeting.
But the scoop is, I didn't. Because that Englishwoman's words had piqued my journalistic interest.
Miss Brett's words?
A criminal left to do as she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen? It's horse dung. This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns.
He has some opinions.
Stay your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play.
Well, anyway, I quit. Whoa, wait, his pencil, his ear infinitely spawns pencils. He took it and it respawned. His ear is a pencil dispenser? Wait, he's licking, I just realized, wait, he's also like licking the pencil. But you only do that with pens. Wait, why is he licking? Ugh. Okay, moving right along.
I quickly jotted down those words she said in my memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here. Right here goes. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coasts.
Oh, another pencil crushed. Is that pencil number 2? Maybe we should count the number of pencils that he crushes.
A serious criminal going on some junket. The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them.
Oh, pencil number 3.
To get the woman's story so I can hammer her in the press.
Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand?
The grim scene portrayed in this photograph? Oh yes, I saw it with my very own journal eyes. From start to finish. Through the viewfinder of my trusty camera.
Thank you, Metamemo-san. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is yet you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there was plenty of gaps I could see inside through.
The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her.
Oh, there goes pencil number 3.
Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering journo spirit burst into flames quickly as a flash. I whipped out my camera ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot.
Reed screens, you say?
Right, you can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped.
The hut walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds.
It allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up. Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved. Did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut? Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish. I saw, and you say that you took the photograph through a gap on one of the screens. Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it, or would I be seen? It would be the gamble of a lifetime. A tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose. Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's minimalism in a nutshell. At last, it would appear that we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict. Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied. But this testimony begs one very large question. Which question? Exclusive news, a startling photograph, all the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published? That's right. Seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood. More pathetic excuses. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest. Well, yeah, literally the camera. The English woman was sitting on a stool where the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Yeah?
Hold it!
So you actually saw Mimbami-san entering the hut? Yep, she was raging like my journal spirit. In the argument you mentioned, what was that about exactly? You stole it, I didn't steal it, that kind of thing. Talking about the poison, I suppose. The student girl walked right up to the English woman and really started laying into her. I mean, if she'd laid into her anymore, there would have been eggs. That is an awful... Okay. That's awful! Ah! The man should have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism. God, that can be taken so awfully! Ah! But the student's rantings fell on deaf ears like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time. He really ought to work on his similes first, though, to be honest. Anyway, the point is, that woman in the dock was mightily angry. And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems, dear me. Which was a climactic moment that I caught on film. Oh. That's still technically pencil number 3. It's the same one. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back.
Hold it!
Do you swear before the court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place? The precise moment! I didn't see just that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out. From start to finish. I have here a sample plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain the court exactly what you witnessed. Right you are! It's all here in my memo pad. When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the English woman was on this stool at the back of the hut here. Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that. She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down. It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. Ugh. Then, the next moment as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut arguing furiously. The English woman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. And in a flash, plunged a knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. Okay. What you describe as a grim crime scene indeed. Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what metamemoism says. Never never sugarcoat. Okay. The beach hut plan has been entered into the court record. By the way, Metamemo-san, whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film? Journos have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our raison d'etre. Raison d'etre? Yeah, sure. So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all? Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in. And that's something to be proud of, is it? Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor? I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony. Father, what are you? I will grant the defense's request. Metamemo-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement. Well, nihilism is the foundation of metamemoism, but I gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless. I never once set foot in the hut, nor spoke with the Englishwoman. I was only an observer.
Hold it!
Really? You didn't set foot inside the hut at all? Are you quite sure about that? I think you may have the wrong impression of me. We're talking about a murder scene here. My nerves were stretched to breaking point already. Oh, I see. You were scared. Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you, yeah. It was all I could do to stifle a scream and hold my hand steady enough to snap a shot. You really should have summoned help before thinking of your camera. Metamemoism and humanism don't always agree. And most of the time in those instances, metamemoism comes out on top. As a sculptor of stories, sometimes I have to be cruel for my art. Yes, that's spot on. Surely he's making this all up. He claims to have spied the whole affair from start to finish. If true, his testimony is devastating, but it does seem as though he's holding something back, doesn't it? If that's how you feel, I suggest that you trust your instincts and press him on everything he said. And as you've no doubt seen done many times before in your role as judicial assistant. I've seen witnesses like this pressed often. I know exactly what to do. The court is fully aware of your desire to capture the incident on film, I'm sure, but why then did you choose to post the photograph anonymously to the police? I'm afraid I don't understand a word that's coming out of your mouth. I'm asking why, as a journalist, you decided not to make a story out of the incident. Think of me as a sculptor who makes art out of the sordid private details of other people's lives. But I never discuss my own personal life on principle. I mean, that's basic metamemoism. It's not something to boast about. No doubt your burning desire to see the truth exposed and justice done was what motivated you. That's it. That's brilliant. My burning desire to see something or other exposed. There has to be a good reason why he didn't think to write an article about what he saw, though. By your own admission, you were outside the hut. How then did you manage to take the photograph? Ah, yes, that. I'm glad you asked. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for that perfect shot.
Hold it!
I wasn't gonna press this, but whatever. But the two women inside didn't notice? Obviously not. If they had, where would I be right now? In jail, that's where. Which you'd think would make you reflect on what you were doing. No, a journo's job is to collect little snippets of life and as unobtrusively as possible. Leave nothing but footprints, take nothing but photos. Yes, that's spot on. Did he just make that up? The point is, the witness risked life and limb to obtain this photograph, and the photograph reveals the whole truth. There is nothing more to be said.
Hold it!
What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place? Call it journo instinct. Can you think of a better reason? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because, as well as being a criminal, the person inside was a young woman. Ah, I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people. He's painting the journo as a voyeur. It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera and you were taking pictures without the woman's knowledge. Nope, you've got it all wrong, little student boy. Sorry? To my mind, all that was inside the hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. Scoops know no gender. Man or woman, it's all news. That's not even metamoism. It's basic journalism. If only the court was as indiscriminate. Right, so if that's all buttoned up, can we move on? What sight befell you when you looked inside the hut? A sight that vindicated my journo instinct, that's what. When I pulled back the reeds, I could see it all as clear as day. Bum bum boo doo 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 doo. Yeah, you can see the little like split in the back. Oh, I guess we never looked at this either. The label appears to be written in a foreign language that I don't know. It's German, so your knowledge of English is going to be of little help here, I'm afraid. Couldn't you just written medicine on it in Japanese, then we'd all be able to read it? German is the international language of medicine, my dear. Wait, it is? I never knew. But yes, I can certainly see the merit in labeling the bottle in Japanese. I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate. Ah, yes, this must be the victim's blood. Oh dear, blood is never a pretty sight, is it? I'm having to fight the urge to run it under a hot tap to get it clean. You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you? I think this is something else, Father. Yeah, maybe. Nothing else that's special about this knife. It's just a fucking knife. Yep. It's just a knife. I'm glad we got that covered. So the culprit and the victim. So the culprit was there and the victim is claiming to be here. Okay. Plan of the layout of the small beach hut where the victim was found, and then we have the murder weapon, and then we have a chemical agent. All of this is new evidence, and we also have this fountain pen also that kind of heavily implies that it's from Mr. Minimemo. It's quite a nice knife. It looks boring to me. Ugh. Bum, 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 bum. All right, I'm a little bit... Okay, this might be a little bit of a doozy. Give me a second here. Let's process of elimination. Peach Hut was made of shoddy old reed screen, so there was plenty of gaps I could see through. True. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the girl student came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor, and she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering journalist spirit burst into flames quick as a flash. I whipped my camera out, ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot. I never once set foot inside the hut, nor spoke with the Englishwoman. I was only there as an observer. I feel like this is the point where I'm supposed to present something. Prove that he's set- Oh, wait! I didn't mean to press- Oh, I accidentally hit my Joy-Con on the desk. Oops. Did not mean to do that, but that's okay. Gives me time to think. Wait, let me look at that again. Oh, never mind. I never once stood and find the hut, nor spoke with the Englishwoman. I was there only as an observer. That's what he's claiming. So this checks out. He's claiming that the stab wound happened in the back. Oh, Joy-Con. I'm here, I'm here. There's so many things wrong with everything this guy is suggesting. I just... He was only there as an observer. Fuck, how do I... Maybe I just present the fountain pen, RM? I don't know. I'm probably jumping the gun here. This isn't really gonna get me anywhere. Like, this is evidence for the future, but not for now, kind of thing. But I'm still gonna do it just in case.
Objection!
Metamemo-san, until now you have a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth. You're spot on there! The press don't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Show You News on my arm. In a way, that's more Metamemo... Sadly, though, it seems that the journalists who wrote for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth. What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel? Metamemo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen? This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died. Oh, that's like pencil number 5 already. Jesus, he breaks so many. What are you? If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. RM. Thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, Ray Membami. Is it a coincidence, I wonder? That your initials are also RM? No. Raiten Menamemo? RM? That's horse dung, pencil number 6. Can't you see one of the central tenets of metamomoism is being a pencil user? And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see on your right hand, there's a very obvious blue ink stain. It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is? Horsey horse dung. Metamemo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Giselle Brett in that beach hut?
Objection!
Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse. Pencil number 7? Exactly, or is that number 6? God, I lost count. Show You News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky. The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there's another clue. A clue that is undeniably proves who its owner really is. The defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies. Of course, Your Excellency. The clue on this fountain pen that clearly reveals its owner identity is... Bum, ba, da, bum.
Got it!
As well as the initials, there is an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that will that you will of course recognize, Metamemo-san. It's the emblem of the Show You News. In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Show You News whose initials are RM. Hold on, be right back. Air conditioner. Okay, we back. Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Well, Metamemo-san, how do you respond? Explain yourself, witness. So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets. I've used nothing but honest tactics. Alright then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Not long before that grim tragedy unfolded, I, a Show You News reporter, on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the English woman. You never mentioned this before. When exactly was this? As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing, and as we Metamemo-ists say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath of the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it, yes, all right, but on one condition. Condition. In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this.
Try to use my prime every time I see you, Crystal.
Pencil number 7 or 8, whatever. Style, thank you so much for the 12-month read sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the continued support. You need to call back the earlier witness, Sosuke Natsume-san. Sosuke-san? According to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own, and brace yourselves because it's not a harmless one. It's big. Metamemoism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story. Not Kira, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub as well. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Very well, I will grant the witness's request in this instance. Summon the earlier witness back to the stand. Sosuke-san hiding something. Here he comes. I asked the English woman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed, and the other witnesses come running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why Metamemoism demands I reveal it now. Okay. You mean to say the victim? The victim regained consciousness. And when she did, you decided to ask her a question. That's true, yes. He did, and that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused. Pencil number 9. This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack? It wasn't even a conversation! Yes, I did pose the withering English Rose a question, I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even. Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court will know the truth. Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow. What on earth could have happened in that hut? Well, we're gonna find out. I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Okay.
Hold it!
You asked her for an interview, you say? Well, of course I did. I wanted to ask her about the incident she was involved in at the end of last year. About the case in which Dr. John H. Wilson lost his life? That's not the way I phrase it. Metamoism calls for straight talking. Why did you murder Dr. Wilson is how I put it to her. Yes, that sort of talking is as straight as a ruler. Ask every question as if you're asking for a menu in a restaurant. I say it's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that. And how did Miss Brett answer? With one simple phrase. Mystery is a woman's charm. Phew, that told me. So I waltzed right out of there. Really, something about that doesn't quite seem to fit together. Leave every room as if you're waltzing in a dance hall. I say it's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that. Yeah, I get it. Thank you. Then watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses came running.
Hold it!
That was very persistent of you, considering that Miss Brett had just turned you away. Persistence wins the prize! Any metamoist would tell you that. Let them think you've left. Then just when they lower their guard and that's when you swoop in for the scoop. And And the fruits of your labor are all too apparent in this telling photograph. Though I'm sure the young yokel student would rather not be reminded of this damning evidence. Actually, it's thanks to that photograph that we managed to identify this witness. And now that you found me, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I've got nothing to hide.
I'm sure.
Please do go ahead, witness. The court is eager to hear what you have to say. Try to stop me. That's a story to tell here, and I'm gonna tell it.
Okay. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help.
Hold it!
And Sosuke-san remained behind in the hut? That's right, yup. One author friend here was a blabbering wreck, shaken all over from his head to his toes, mustache twitching, eyes bulging. What do you expect? You don't know the terrifying troubles that taunted me whilst traveling abroad. Back behind baleful bars. They'd be coming for me, surely. That's all I could think. I felt as though I was gasping. We're gasping for air, drowning in sea of cold sweat. Poor Sosuke-san. His experiences in London have scarred him deeply. As the world seemed to close in around me, I quietly recited a prayer to Amida Buddha. Eternal emptiness, empty eternity. The end is coming for me, surely. No sutras are to resound in my courtroom, please. And now we come to the crucial part. That's when it happened. That's when the writer man here asked the woman a significant question.
Hold it!
What question? What exactly did he say?
Well, now you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Writer Man?
Out with it, you yokel hack. What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying English woman?
Well, in truth, I'd been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see. The seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose, even for a grown man. But then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air. Ray. I ran up the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Nosunaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead English woman. I nearly jumped out of my skin!
But what did you ask her, Sosuke-san?
I asked her who did this to you. Don't protract this any longer. What did the woman respond? She didn't say anything in response. But when in the stand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony. I will! I asked her who did this to you, but she never replied.
Hold it!
So you tried to find out who the culprit was. He who asks a question is a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. And having been labeled a criminal twice during my great time in Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever!
However, you indicated that the victim failed to respond. Is that correct?
I know why the English woman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stupid mustache and because I'm Japanese. Oh dear, Sosuke-san has really developed a dislike for the English, it seems. Having read the report on his time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia. But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all, did she, Mr. Writer's Man? Well, yes, all right, she did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose. She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant.
Hold it!
Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant? Sosuke-san, is that really true? It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the English woman was sprawled on the floor before us and with the student girl standing on the far side of her. And when I asked who did this to you, the English woman summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut. Which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today. No. Sosuke-san, why on earth did you neglect this to mention this in your original testimony? Fiddlesticks, I say! This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese. Yeah, of course, the Englishwoman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. A very different direction to where the student girl was standing. Just somewhere at the back of the hut where nobody was standing at all. You mean that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear? Unclear. It's very, very unclear. Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly. But there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because as the court can see, there was no one other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. It is now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could possibly have committed this crime. I'm inclined to agree. In the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial. They're so quick to, like, wrap it up, man. The headline's writing itself. Dashing lawyers hopes dash 92 point across the whole page. We'll do it an extra edition. This is a serious blow, Susato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over. That's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet. Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue that we need. Ray gave us her account of how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. And a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question. I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add. So, the gallant yokel student's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised. In that case, I am ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter. This is a crucial turning point. If I can establish I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding, and how did he or she stab the victim? I know.
Objection!
Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being. To what extent, counsel? To what end? The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture. An alternative theory? None exists.
Objection!
There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime. What? And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time by mustering all of her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction. This is fiction fantasy. Very well. As you seem so sure of yourself, Counsel, I'm prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryotaro Naruto, you will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment of the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed? Behind here. It might.
Take that!
Naruto-san would never give up, and I'm a Naruto now. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here. Are you mad, Counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut. Order, order, order! But Son-in-law Naruto-san Esquire, that makes no sense at all. You've just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snap. I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about, I can swear to it. Oh god, that's like pencil number 15. I lost count, just kidding. It's probably like 11, 10, I don't know. Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there is no way that he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut. Actually, Prosecutor Achi, there is a way. In point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that that is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed. You're bluffing! You're bluffing! You're bluffing! The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, Counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut? I'm only gonna present this because of the poison that's inside of it, but that's all I got here. I'm bluffing.
Take that!
Fuck, it's not working. Well, I've presented it now, but I haven't the first idea why I chose this piece of evidence. I know I chose it for the poison inside. Come on. Counsel, you're suggesting that this piece of evidence bears out your theory as to how the victim was stabbed. Something of a windfall, Your Excellency. I think the word you were looking for, Counsel, was downfall. If your theory is correct, the knife was thrust into Miss Brett's back from outside the hut. There should be a visible trace somewhere. Oh, the picture! Oh, I mentioned it before. Oh my god. The defense would like to present a different piece of evidence. I literally pointed it out before that there's like a slit in the back there, right behind the stool. I'm just gonna present this then.
Take that!
The original photographic print of the crime scene. It's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside the beach hut.
Objection!
Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing. I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to. Counsel, once again, I must call on you to be explicit for the court. Where on this photograph is a trace of the stabbing which you claim took place from outside the hut?
Take that!
Look closely just here. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds. No, it can't. I can't see any such thing. It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls, as you'd expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from the outside of the beach hut. And of everyone present at the scene, there is only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Raiten Menememo-san, it could only have been you.
Objection!
This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? As are we to assume as part of this farcical scenario that the assailant was a knife thrower?
Objection!
No, of course not. We're not. If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on the stool in the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. A stool? Have another look at this photograph. Take a look at this photograph. The slit in the reed screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool. My word! So in fact the victim was killed while sitting on that stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the reed screen. Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively, but then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut before the defendant, Membami-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. By your silence, Menememo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge. This is absurd! That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means that the defendant Membami-san is innocent of the crime. Oh, thank goodness. I finally made him cave. I must say, I've never been more proud. No, this can't be. The Achi clan just can't. What of my growth of hope? It wasn't all an apparition. I can't accept this. I won't. I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings by delivering my final verdict. Oh God. This is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals? We've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut through the reed screen walls. And no one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. And a perfectly logical deduction. So your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the English woman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now. Irrelevant. Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed, it doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, this trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else. What are you talking about? Brace yourself, little man. He's gonna mention the poison, isn't he? And then we're gonna present the pen with the poison that's inside of the pen, and then we win. Whatever. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed because of the dirt you dug up. What? Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness. What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course. The poison. Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that a deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? And it's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett. Is that right? That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used. I see. So presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed? Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood. How refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely. It matters not a jot who stabbed whom in whose back, and with whose blade. Because, quite simply, the English woman's life was taken not by the knife, but the poison.
Objection!
But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already... Forgotten already, have we, yokel? During these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever. So let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turn out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right? Well... Don't worry, we got this in the bag. We got this. Where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? There's an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it. You mean she drank it? Have another look at the photograph here, as you see. A bottle of carbonated water and a glass had been knocked onto the sandy floor of the beach hut. The poison could have slipped into either. So somebody made Miss Brett drink it. Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This will make a great front page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already.
Hold it!
Established? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you. What on earth does he mean? Let me capture those wide eyes, as prime press spotter this is. It would seem that this trial is not destined to end yet after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony. That's great, that is. Let me get you a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency. You claim it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim. I'm a journo and I'm a man. I've never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. And I'm not about to start now, because that's minimalism. For a brief moment, I thought I had illuminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again. Just where is this trial going to take us? We're gonna win. We know exactly what happened. We just have to beat the game now. Oh yes, I stabbed the English woman, and it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I had already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have seen to justice. What? Okay. So you admit it then. That everything happened as I described. That you are the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the reed screen. You can blame this miserable country of ours. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? And that's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back. I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there. As someone who spends his life seeing the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right, you guessed it. That pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart. You're implicating Ray again. She's the one who gave the poison to the Englishwoman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap, this journo here is off the hook. The argument is quite sound, certainly. If the witness had administered the poison himself, he need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently, stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical. And therefore, this reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, that's all quite logical. That's right, it is logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. Justice at last. This is unbelievable. And after I made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he going to get away with it now? No, he won't. Woo! Let's go. Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruto-san. They never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination in this trial. Yes, Your Excellency. I stabbed the Englishwoman, and it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. Just this sentence alone, this sentence is just so... It's so baffling, dude. Just like read this sentence a few times and just like let it sink in. I stabbed the Englishwoman and it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. Oh. What?
Hold it!
So you admit that you had murderous intentions toward Miss Brett. That woman's very existence offended my sense of justice. Your sense of he's claiming some sort of righteous indignation? She was pure evil, a cold-blooded killer who committed murder right here on our empire's soil. But did our good-for-nothing soiled government do anything? Not a chance, so I had to step in. Fly the flag of justice, put things right for the people. Yes, it was my civic duty, that's what drove me to do it. So in summary, murderous intentions then. Whatever you want to call it, the point is this. That Englishwoman was a blight, so I had to do what was right for society. Yet a real wrong was done by the student girl in the dock, a crime for which she must pay. Obviously, because the poisoning was nothing to do with me at all. Why would I bother to stab the woman if I had already poisoned her? I don't know, why would you?
Hold it!
So you can still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim. Obviously, that'd be like putting a belt on your trousers when you were already wearing braces like these. What? The accused administered the poison, following which the witness stabbed the victim. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. That crime rests on the accused's shoulders. That is how the law works, you see, yokel. Who knows, you may even learn something here today. 2 consecutive attempts on her life in a space of minutes. Quite a day for the victim. Do something that evil and you've got it coming. That's how the law works, the law of reckoning. That's not the kind of law this court upholds. You will reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim then, witness? When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. Okay.
Hold it!
What exactly were they arguing about? What about what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago? That's what? That student girl was laying into the English woman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. John H. Wilson. A professor of medicine, invited here from England by Professor Mikitoba, no less. Right, but the English woman just jeered. Her case was to be heard by the British consular court in Shanghai. However, there is little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman. It was eating that girl and that student girl up inside. You could see it. I really felt bad for her. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe. Young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whenever you feel like it. No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen. This awful man is making all of this up. Susato, please, you have to make them listen. Return to the dock at once, Membami-san. We are in the middle of a cross-examination. Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly, he's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigotted, and dirty, grape-peeping Tom. Whoa, take it easy there. Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say. Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks. I will grant the request of the defense. Your Excellency! This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak. Oh. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison.
Hold it!
The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson. That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. Surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed by the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. That's true, I pestered Professor Mikitoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail. Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we've been developing, you see. And since Sosuke-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with a deadly poison. I wanted to look my old enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that. To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it, the whole government even. It would be a complete disaster. And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns? She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it, in English actually. Ah yes, Menamemo-san. One small question if you don't mind. I do mind, can't you see I'm busy? clearly you were outside the beach hut listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably, then, it was you who wrote this article about what you've heard. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in the morning's edition of Shoyu News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else. Don't know what you're talking about. Yes, look at this! The entire article, it's almost what I said to Miss Brett, word for word. Well, Metamemo-san? As a journo and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of Metamemoism. Father's clearly right about this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on on what he overheard from outside the hut. The details of the poison article had been updated. So that's what this is all about. You were trying to cover it up, the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her. Shut up! My stories never stink. Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say. Want it to go on record. Very well. You may amend your formal testimony. The point is, if you'd poisoned someone, there'd be no reason to then go and stab the person as well.
Hold it!
Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of the poison and sought to make sure your victim would die. That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you'd even tasted it. Completely reckless. Although, it might surprise you to learn that I am a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer as it happens. Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. And yet this man then proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There has to have been a good reason for that. If it was the reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut. That's undeniable. But between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation. The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman. That's when Metamemo-san first found out the exact nature of the poison he'd used. That could be the key here. So yeah, he didn't know about what it did before. Oh, yeah, the nature of the poison, it has to be... entered through a wound? I forget what they said, actually. It can be drunken, or it can be entered through... oh, maybe... details that are important, but for in a bit. If the victim had unwittingly taken the poison already, the reporter would have no reason to stab her. On the face of it, that logic sounds entirely reasonable, but there's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder. If we can think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her even after the poisoning, I feel sure that everything would drop into place. Hold on! Where's that detail again? Ah! Okay, yeah, entering the smallest amount, entering the body either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade. Right. Okay. Right. In order to do that, I must try to glean more information. Why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I had already poisoned her? That's where I'm supposed to present. When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison. The point is, if you poison someone, there'd be no reason to then go and stab the person as well. Wait, these are potentially saying the same thing, aren't they? Why would I bother to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her? They're... okay. Oh, they're saying the same things, so I'm assuming that both work. And... I guess I would present the poisoned article that's updated, implying that he listened to all of the details of how the poison worked and how he acquired it. Let's hope.
Objection!
I can think of one reason. But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all of the information for this newspaper article for what you overheard outside the hut? Of course he did! There can be no question of that! After all, when we were all in the laboratory together, all we were told is that it was a terrible toxin. And there is one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Membani-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink.
Objection!
Where are you going with this, counsel? Menememo-san had made it clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it. Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Membani-san entered the hut. Very articulately put. When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point Menememo-san overheard some worrying information. The information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy and that it couldn't be readily obtained. Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could come from is my lab. And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs of death. The extreme constriction of the pupils, yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people. Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed, Membani-san being no exception. Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson unaware of its telltale properties. In other words, someone like you, Raiten Menememo. Got him! It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day, and it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim, but you quickly realized that was a terrible mistake because the poison caused some unusual symptoms and was so traceable. As you listened in from the far side of the beach's hut, thin walls, you learned of these facts, but you'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involved stabbing the victim in the back through the reed screen.
Objection!
But what good could that possibly do? Isn't it obvious, Council? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect. Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction, but he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he? Exactly. Because without revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would ever have suspected.
This is extraordinary!
Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use, which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back. He's gonna claim, but how could I have stolen it from the laboratory? Because they patted you down and stuff. The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward? Well, there are a number of, yes. I counter completely.
Objection!
The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he is clinging to lost hope. Oh! Rex Otto, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. I hope you enjoy the emotes and thank you for the support. Thank you so much for the support. Lost hope! Get fucked, kid. Oh, he threw his hat. And so I threw it on the ground! You pathetic, useless, fallen samurai. Fallen? Who are you calling fallen? My burgeoning growth is on the rise. I don't need a counter-argument. What are you talking about? It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say? Gave it to the victim, you say? Stabbed her, you say? Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? You make it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts. What do you mean? Explain yourself. I mean what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here in my many memos of every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the Show You News is famous for. It's the power of the printed word. Surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin from being developed by the government. Blah, 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 blah. Blown the story wide open. See, I, Write-in Meta Memo, a mere reporter for the Show News, couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory. As you've identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here. What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin?
Looking forward to your whole playthrough, Smile.
Me too. Thank you, Juggo, for the 300 bits. I really appreciate it. I'm really enjoying this game a lot. a lot. My point is this. There is one way that you, Metamemo-san, could have stolen the poison that day. I've heard enough verbal conjecture, thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence. What proof do you have that this witness stole the poison on the day in question? Dami Dane! Rexado, thank you so much for gifting 2 subs to the community. Thank you. You guys are really sweet. Thank you for the support. A fountain pen. How can that possibly be relevant? These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now. I swear by a weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else, these newfangled pens are merely a fad. As a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Suck up a soup cod of sumptuous ink and one's work is awash with words in the blink of an eye. That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later. What does all this talking of sucking up ink have? And just as it's possible to suck up ink into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, and of course... My word, can this really be? Well, Menememo-san? When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir.
Objection!
More absurdity that never happened. True, we've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places? I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. This is quite startling, I must say! I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died.
This month marks the first time I saw one of your YouTube videos, being the Akechi compilation. Thank you for being one of my influences to get into the Persona series.
Thank you, Great Saber Cat, for the 2-month resub, and thank you very much for the kind words. I'm glad I could get you into some awesome series. That means a lot. Thank you, fam. I hope you enjoyed the emotes, and yeah, again, thanks for the support, everyone. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Menememo-san. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped? Are you suggesting the natural conclusion is that in your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass?
Objection!
There could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using the pen, his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand.
Objection!
No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink? What? As you can see for yourself, if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass. Oh, look at all this support. Thank you so much, Mythic, for gifting 2 subs in the community. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Witness, what do you have to say in your defense? So this is how our modern justice system works, is it? What if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? And another sub. Thank you, VT, for the Prime Gaming sub as well. Thank you so much, guys. You guys are really sweet. Whoa, he's fucking Wolverine with 4 pencils in his hands. Oh, God. Dang. I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. Did he just, like, threaten the judge's life by throwing sharp pencils at him? You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen? That's wild speculation, nothing more. If you thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again. Looks as though it's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. As I see it, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore, it all depends upon whether or not the defense can prove that he did with evidence. No such evidence could possibly exist.
Objection!
Menememo-san, this is how our modern justice system works. In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you. Very well then, I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence. This is it. This will be the final piece of the puzzle. The defense can prove, by means of this item, that it was the witness's pen that was used to steal the poison. I really hope this is it, because otherwise I'm bluffing.
Take that!
Shit, it didn't. Okay, I don't know. The music didn't stop. Counsel, what is this bottle? This bottle contains the unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question. The poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method. Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison. One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Menemeto-san, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt. You can't. I won't! Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once. This isn't my fault. The Empire trying to hold its head high, civilized nation, but bowing its head to foreign powers. I took up arms in the form of a mighty fountain pen tirelessly. All the name is justice, right, and his Susanoo, with me. I'm there. The double Susanoo takedown! Women, you love them. That was a Ryotaro takedown. The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present. Let's fucking go. When I saw it there in the lab, the poison, the devil got hold of me and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully. And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen. That's right. Answer me one thing, Menememo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious to find out what it was made of and expose it in an article? I mean, it was a secret project after all, too juicy for a journal like me to pass up. Then why did the Englishwoman end up dead? I went into that hut intending to quiz her on her situation, that's all, as a reporter. A known killer enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face! Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism. Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways. You ignorant plebeian. What did you call me? This country, with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press, it's really very depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back into the cave you came from. Damn, bitch, okay. That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done, when she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journo spirit getting all fired up. You're right, the swan didn't deserve any of this. I'd like to ask you something. You often talk about justice. But surely, as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought. There's no justice in the press. Sorry? After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what had happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up, that's what it was. A cover-up? What do you mean? I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful of what you say. Oh, come on. Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national. Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet that puffed up English woman was going to sail away into the sunset a free woman. The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan. What sort of deal? I'd done my research, dug up all the dirt, and it was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up. He came under pressure from the government, you mean? If our government is going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself? Let's not forget, Metamemo-san, that you committed murder yourself and you tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Giselle Brett. The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all. Get 'em! But yeah, we're well aware of something very bad going on. As Wilson was targeted, and Cosimo was targeted, and Gregson is also being targeted, and some other guy named Shun Shin, there's one of the two. Yeah, it's a problem. It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense. Defense, Ryutaro Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Sorry, Your Excellency, just musing in a manly way here. It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience of the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. Shamwow! In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits. Reminder, chat, you're not supposed to tell me. Please just... If I don't remember something, it's not your job to tell me something that I forgot. Please. The way that he handled the trial 9 months ago and the way you handled this one, it gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land. That's very flattering, Your Excellency. Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries. Thank you. So, Prosecutor Achi, do you have any final thoughts? He's gonna chop off his finger? Oh my god, wait. That's a block and a knife. I, Takatsuchi of the Achi clan, have been bested by a callow youth, not once, but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today. Your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it? Silence!
He's gonna... Oh god, what are you doing?
Rather than living on in shame, I will end it all now with this... Oh my god. For that is the true path to Achiism. What? Achiism?
One hopes that's the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness.
Sprig of my topknot. The time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Taketsuchi.
He's gonna cut off the top knot. Oh god. Oh, the animation of the...
It even sparkled.
Oh. Major F's. In regard to the defendant, Rei Membanmi-san.
Yes, Your Excellency?
I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you... not guilty! Woo! And the sakura petals just fall from the ceiling. Beautiful. You love to see it. Court is adjourned. Now what? August 13th, 2:38 p.m. Defendant's antechamber.
It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do just to stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san? Susato! Susato! Thank you so much. You were so dashing out there.
Cute.
And Father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything that you've... Oh no, I think I'm gonna cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderful, Ray. So I would have to say that congratulations belongs to you. Susato, don't be so standoffish. We're friends, equals, and the trial's over, so no more of this formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger, to throw caution to the wind. Caution to the... what? I'm the great defense lawyer, Ryotaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow. Or something. Right, I see. I'll, think about it, Ray. Basically, she's like, I need you to take me out on a date! At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good! Yeah, it was satisfying. It really was. Isn't there anything else that we could throw together?
I hope you're not looking at me, Ray.
Oh my goodness! No, of course not! Of course not! There it is at last. Ray's lovely smile. Aw.
Bro, that's so gay. You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense attorney Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Thank you. I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryotaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotoba now. So I'll never see him again then. What a terrible shame. What? Hey, what is happening? Suski-san and Inspector Hosonaga, I do hope that you've been keeping well. Is that really you? I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope, but it's me. Sasato Mikitova. I don't know. So dashing, so divine. No! Double dashing, yes, and ravishly divine. Just look at you. I had no idea, Miss Sasato-san Esquire-S, that you were locum student Naruhodo's Esquire's cousin. Astonishingly astounding ace attorney. Oh, roll credits. Poor Sosuke-san, so confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Sosuke-san was free to return to Japan. And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author. I'm stunned. That's truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea, and I'm a chief inspector in the police bureau who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less. You're a mess. I'm not sure you really should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing, you're a woman of many faces, I see. Just two, really. And this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope. I'm not a patch of... I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector. Well, I am a professional, of course. He is? I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes. I really do. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then, on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. No, that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama? From my perspective, I had to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean? He put up his glasses at a precise time. All according to plan. I'm telling you, Hosanaga's behind all of this. Still convinced. I'm talking about the murder that Englishwoman committed at the end of last year. Oh, yes, it was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it. Dr. John H. Wilson, yes, the man I invited to Japan personally. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer. On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter with Mr. Herlock Sholmes. I miss him. The great detective, I mean. Just the mention of his name and I just go, yeah! I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course. Ah, my arch nemesis, how lightly you utter his name! Well, according to the stories you published about him in The Adventure of Herlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. What? Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe that it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. And if that's really true, then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again. As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born. Yes, grandmother told me about it. On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yume University. And I also serve another role as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs. Yes, I was well aware of that as well. In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you. Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan? Oh, got him. It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you'd collapsed with a high fever and you were growing weaker by the day. Where did that news come from? That's what I'd like to know, because after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way or harm me? That's really the only explanation I can think of. Dear me, do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato? I'm sorry, my dear, I simply can't. Let me go! Metamemo-san! So, one throw wasn't enough for you. I've got one last thing to say before they take me away, Professor. Me? I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. Is that visiting students' fate? Visiting student Giselle Brett, you mean? No, not her, the student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago. What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama? Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never... Oh, the judge! Whoa! Oh, the Joy-Cons couldn't handle the moment! Oh my god! The judge. I didn't expect to find him in here. Oh my god. That was so scary. What were your officers playing at? Terribly sorry, Your Excellency. I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Eugen, and it's a good job you came by. The judge has legs. Thank you for dealing with him, and I'll be there shortly. Your Excellency. The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. I'm merely your father's friend, Seishiro Jigoku. Oh. Oh. This is really awkward. And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance. Susato. Did you know all along from the start of the trial? A judge sees everything, Susato. I couldn't let you take the risk if Seishiro here hadn't known and then he'd recognize you. So I had a word in his ear beforehand as an old friend. So, Seishiro, shall we... Yes, having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address. Before you go, Father! Sorry, my dear, we shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably. Thank you very much! What did you think of my Seishiro sling, eh? It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that. Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Giselle Brett, about Dr. Wilson. And now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. And Mr. Sholmes. I'm gonna have to bring this up with Father sometime, when nobody else is around.
Judicial Assistant Mikitoba-san, Esquires, could I, have a word?
Yes, of course, Sosuke-san. What is it?
I think perhaps if, it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you.
Oh?
I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England.
This I have to hear.
Please, Sosuke-san, tell me at once. I will! As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness locum student Naruto-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived here in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikitoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report.
My father?
He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent that telegram to you asking you to return to Japan.
Oh, shit. Sorry, I want to check the message real quick. Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. What was it then, that particular part my father was interested in?
I don't really know exactly. But do you remember them, those two terrible cases I was caught up in? Oh, of course I could never forget.
Your father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case. The second one, you mean? The one Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about in public.
Why can't any of these people talk? Mikitoba! Sholmes!
Sholmes is probably not saying shit because, like, he knows it's really, really bad and probably would cause a lot of death to people that know shit. Like,
Sholmes knows a lot of shit right now and he's not saying shit! Sholmes! Explain yourself! Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first. Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds the key to all of these curious unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous, heinous case, the case of the haunted lodgings.
that case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan. I thought that whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told. Don't end there, please. Please, for the love of God, no.
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness.
I can't.
And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san. But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky
What is the Hound of the
blue.
Baskervilles?
It makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
I have a feeling that's what all of this is. Fuck! What is it? Tell me now! I'm impatient. I'm gonna play this game for 30 hours straight to find out. God damn it! No! Fuck! Don't say episode 2. Fuck! No! God damn it! I can't keep going! I have to stop for today. I have work to do. But I was really hoping... Oh, this is awful. These cliffhangers are the worst I've experienced in so long. I hate my life. Oh, wait! Chat, you see this? Wait. Look. Do I need to zoom in? Look. Do you guys see what I'm seeing? You guys see what I'm seeing? Look. Let me zoom in. Do you see this? Do you see the silhouette? Do you see the silhouette? It's right here. Let me zoom in a little bit more. You see that silhouette? It's right there. Let's go. Yee! I'm a little excited. That's him. Okay. Fuck. What do I do? I have work to do. Okay. Okay. Jesus. This game sucks. I'm so hooked. Chat, I'm so hooked on this game. Fuck. I'm so hooked. Oh my god. This sucks so bad. So episode 4 was the adventure of the clouded Kokoro, and now this is the memoirs of the clouded Kokoro. What does Sholmes know? Like, he's obviously, okay. He has to know about Wilson. He has to know, right? How would he know, though? Oh wait, he's Sholmes. I should never question what he knows. But, like, Iris doesn't know about her dad, but Sholmes has to know about his partner. Why would he... Oh, okay, well, why? What's happening? What is happening in this game? Oh. Yes, return to the title screen. I can't think of any reason. So, like, there's like the Hound of the Baskervilles, which somehow Susato had access to. I'm still thinking it was because Wilson wrote it in his diaries that was in Japan, so that's how she had access to it. That's still my theory on that part. But, like, I don't know where... Oh, this sucks so bad. The haunted place with Mr. Garadeb, that's what they're referring to. And the room. That room that was full of books that Mr. Natsume stayed in. What about that? I don't understand. Oh, that case seemed so irrelevant. I'm losing my mind. I'm sorry, I'm losing my mind. If Sholmes... what? Okay. In that particular case... This is so weird. My brain is everywhere. I need a whiteboard. Oh my god, not having a whiteboard for this was a complete and utter mistake. The whiteboard should have been here the whole time. There's so many weird things. Okay, so you have the fact that, like, Kazuma had a feeling that his life was in danger the entire time. Why? How? Because of the professor? Did the professor say something to him in particular that made him feel threatened? He seemed to have trusted the professor with his life. He trusted him. So I don't understand that relationship anymore. Well, I never really trusted the professor in the first place, but how did Kazuma have this inkling that he was going to be killed? Like he knew that somebody was gonna come after his life. And then on the flip side, I wonder if Sholmes somehow knew that Wilson might have been in danger. Going to Japan. I wonder if this was like prior knowledge, because Kazuma seemed to have known that his life was in danger. Wilson equally might have known that he was also in danger. We don't know. We don't know. Why is... okay, maybe I shouldn't be assuming that this list of 4 people that were on the list it was a hit list. I'm assuming that it was a hit list. I don't know why Gregson would be on it. At all. I don't understand Gregson. Why? What is happening? What is happening in this game? Why doesn't Sholmes want to... I mean, like, I get it. If your best friend died, you wouldn't want to talk about it, right? So Sholmes probably knows about his friend and is like trying to... maybe he's trying to go about doing this on his own and not bring in Iris or myself into it, but at the same time, he's like bringing us into it inadvertently, so it's like really weird. And his hiding of the Hound of the Baskervilles and how it's related to Wilson is also super sus. What is happening in this case? Ah! Oh my god. I hate this so much. This game is making me lose my mind. But I love it so much. So, okay, I'm really sorry. I'm gonna say it now. I was gonna stream PQ2 tomorrow, but I need to play this game tomorrow. I can't. This cliffhanger is too bad. The cliffhanger is so bad that I have to play this tomorrow. No PQ2. I was gonna flip-flop games, but I can't. I'm so sorry. So tomorrow we go with episode 2. We'll do the next one. My brain rot is so bad. So yeah, PQ2 I'll try to play on Tuesday, assuming that I don't get hooked by the end of tomorrow's episode. Oh my god. I'm losing my mind. So I do have to get work done today, so I'm not gonna continue on with the next episode. As much as I would love to play this right now, you guys have no idea how much this is killing me on the inside, but I have to get shipments sent out by tomorrow morning and I'm not done with my work, so I am sorry. This is killing me as much as it's killing you, I promise. So tomorrow, episode 2, and we see Sholmes again because my load tells me that I'm gonna see Sholmes tomorrow. That silhouette, I'm excited about it. I swear to God, if I don't see Sholmes tomorrow, I'm gonna be very pissed. I'm gonna have words with these developers baiting me with this silhouette. Oh, Jesus. I'm gonna send you guys over to Max playing Minecraft. So yeah, go love my friend Max, please. I'm dying. My throat is... I'm very addicted to this game. It's so good. I'm gonna be thinking about Sholmes all day now, as if I wasn't before. It's only gotten worse. What does he know? Oh, I'm gonna be thinking about that for so long. What does he know that he's not telling us? I hate this game.